He abandoned my mother and I and left us for days. Devil may cry.
Oh, I don't like it when my nose or body do this. Oh. I can't breathe. Can we get to one person that's not me? Because I keep the chat open on my computer so I can read longer messages more easily. But there's another poll for anybody who comes in, because I don't know who I'm going to be playing. I did not decide that. Okay. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna type something in chat. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Glad to see you all came flooding in when after I left. Oh, I don't feel good. Oh, hey, you there? Oh, you haven't actually appeared in chat on your on that account before, so it says first time chat from a viewer. Hold on a sec. There we go. I clicked on the button to mod you, and then like the drop down menu, and then it's like block report, and I was like, no, I'm not trying to do those. What? Yeah. Well, I have not picked who to play as yet. I'm gonna be doing Bloody Palace because I'm saving story playthroughs from now on for you until you get it done. You're on. That's right. It depends on you, but Bloody Palace I have not picked yet, and I figured that I didn't know if Ace would be here or not because I imagine Ace is pretty tired. They've had a pretty long week, but Ace seems to have a thing for V and Dante, but I did not know who to play. Oh yeah, let's see. But if you have a preference, who is it? If I were to play now, Nero, I've got like a 98% chance of winning. Dante, I've got like a 75% chance of winning. Virgil, I've got like a 55% chance of winning. V, I've got like a 30% chance of winning. And the numbers don't lie. And then you add and then you add Kurt Angle to the mix. You want to see the boy, the man, the boy? He's not really a boy, like a young boy anymore. He's like 46 in this game. Oh god, that video is so, like, he manages to keep the numbers consistent, which is like the weirdest part because it's wild. I'm not sure what I like more, that or if you've ever seen the Macho Man Randy Savage Cream of the Crop one, that one's good too. But if you want to see Dante, we can do Dante. But warning, there may be what I'm going to call power level spoilers. Here we go. Oh, it's he walks into an interview with I don't know who is it, like not Paul Heyman, but with somebody, and then he's like here's the one thing they don't understand though, Joe, or whatever. He's like, that I am the cream, and he pulls coffee creamer out of his pocket or out of his hat or something, and he's like the cream, a crop. I am the cream, and he keeps pulling out more and more coffee. He's like, I'm better. Ooh yeah, I'm gonna take it home. I'm gonna take the belt home. Ooh yeah, because the cream will rise to the top. And he's like flexing, holding this tiny little coffee creamer. It's awesome. So I've got this like pain at or like this sort of strain at the top of my left thigh, and it just kind of kicks in sometimes. I don't know what it's from. His Dante's moveset has expanded a bit from 1 and 2 at this point. So we have the 3-hit combo. We have the first pause, which has the spin and then the million stab, still here. And we have slash pause, twirl that launches, and then you can grind them on this one for quite some time. We have Stinger, always here, can't go anywhere. Stinger can also be used to transition directly into a million stab. That's from 3, but in 3 you had to mash. Then in 4 they were like, you can hold actually. And then in DMC Devil May Cry they were like, no, you should mash still. And then 5 was like, no, hold. That's stupid. And let's see, you have up high time, then high time but held. You have a move you have not seen yet, that, or unless you've watched like videos, but a move that Dante does not have in the originals. Well, in 1 and 2, drive, which can be followed up with overdrive and charge. And in the air, he has 2, 3, 4, and a drop attack. So, all of those have been on the triangle button, by the way. If you were like, oh, I wonder if they're ever going to if they tone down Dante's moveset for this game. No. No. Toning down movesets is for cowards. He can also summon magic blades now, like Virgil can. Which he can do a slash spin, and a high time, a stinger, and round trips. So here's the thing, is that these are completely separate from Dante's body and actions, and which means you can fold them into whatever. So if you do this, you can either sync them up so you just get it layered in, or you can follow it up immediately so that you have an endless string of them or whatever. And you can just put it in after so that you get that aftershock effect. And also when they're spinning behind him, that's damage. Those are active frames. So if an enemy's behind you, you can just get behind them, and then this will constantly slash them, and then you can just kind of stand there and look cool. And then he has one more thing that he got from 3 called Dance Macabre, which is an extra long super combo that puts all of his most of his moves together. Oh yeah. Da, 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 da. So in 3 he has these things called there's a system in 3 called the crazy combo system, where during certain moves you can mash, and if you mash hard enough it changes the way he ends the combo. So in this combo is pretty much the same, but when he's doing the million stab there, if you mash in 3, if you don't, he'll just end it with a one final thrust. But if you mash hard enough, he plants the sword in the ground, and then he spins on it like he's on the pole, and then he kicks everything down, and then he lands, plants his feet on the ground, rips the sword out, and then does one final slash, and goes something like, down and out, and then he puts his sword on his back. 3 is so fucking cool. And then he's, of course, got fists. You can't say goodbye to the fists unless it's Devil May Cry 2. That's the only one where he doesn't have fists at all. Every single other one he has fists. And yes, you can get the bobbing and weaving in. That's a system for this weapon. Yeah. Like, dude, I want to be able to punch things, man. Also, like, pretty much every fist weapon is like Ifrit. So if you liked Ifrit, good news. It's the basis for pretty much every fist weapon except this one. Even though it's it's straight up just flame fists again. This is the 3rd time they've used flame fists in the franchise, by the way. But this is like the ultimate callback. So, this has different levels of charge, but it's not by holding. It's by landing hits. If you land 10 hits, then the charge is up. Or if you switch to kick, and yes, this is 2 weapons. This weapon is 2 weapons. Most weapons in 5 for Dante are 2 weapons. So you have fist and foot. And you can use foot to charge up, and then all of your other actions will be on fire. So, fist has jab, weave, bob and weave, and you have a punch you can do coming out of left, and punch you can do coming out of right, dash punch, and follow up uppercut, which you can or cannot do, or may or may not do, depending. And then you have, on fist, you have heavy blow, or heavy jolt, and then you have uppercut, slightly mash uppercut, and then super mash uppercut. And if you are charged up, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do actually these 2 for now, and then I'll get back to actually playing the game. But then you have real impact, which is incredibly slow and one of the most damaging moves in the game. And it had to be specifically nerfed in 5 because in 4 there was a bug where you could like quadruple damage with it or something, and it could kill most bosses in 1 hit. And then you have the kicks. Oh, and while you're on fire, it deals more stun. The attacks become faster and deals more damage, of course. So you have kick, 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 pause, kick, 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 kick. Then you have straight up flash kick. That's just an animation from Street Fighter 2. Steal what you want from... Capcom loves stealing from itself. They call it referencing or homaging, but it's stealing. Oh yeah, and in midair you have... or... It's technically 1, 2, 3, but you can just pause for a second and then just keep looping. And then you can do a drop. But you have the classic dive kick on the boots, and then you have an uppercut that in midair that launches enemies in midair. You got to dance. You can keep mashing that to keep dancing, to just break it down. They love Majima apparently, and that launches at the end. Backstep launcher. Yeah, this weapon has like 6 different launchers on it. You are supposed to keep the enemy in midair with... Sorry, 7. I forgot the midair launcher. And then you have this. Alright, so I've just shown those 2 weapons. He has 6 more. Oh, they went hard with this game, as you might have guessed. There are many reasons 2 is bad. I don't know how anyone... I don't know anybody who likes that game now that did not play it as a kid. Oh yeah, they changed the design of the red orbs in this game. So they have the same. From 1 to 4 they look the same every single time. And then in DMC Devil May Cry they changed them. They changed all the orbs to look like one single, like scrawny kind of like the classic gray alien, like the really thin one with the big eyes. It looked kind of like that. But like if it was like emaciated, like hollowed out. And they decided to design them all differently in this. So like this kind of looks like a goblin head. I honestly wish they left the red orbs the same and changed the others. But excuse me. Green orbs look like kind of cubes. Gold orbs are diamonds now. Oh yeah, it's SpongeBob time. I want to watch SpongeBob again, but it feels weird to have that desire because it's not like something I haven't seen before. It like I don't apparently I first watched SpongeBob like as a very young toddler, and I just like remember started watching it at some point at my dad's when I was like 5 or 6 or something, and I was like, oh, it's SpongeBob. And it turns out that like it's like, oh no, you've been watching SpongeBob for your entire life. And I was like, oh. I was like, it explains why I don't remember starting it at any point. It's just always been there in my head. It's just that when you're after a certain point, your baby memories just vanish. Oh wait. Oh no, I know that the first 3 seasons are hilarious. Like, I watched the movie again in like, I want to say September, and I'm like, this is still incredibly funny. I'm having a good time. Oh. I did not actually, but the first time I saw it in theaters, and of course that the scene at Shell City, I cried, but I did not cry as an adult. I don't know if that means I've grown as a person or it means I'm no longer as emotionally vulnerable as a person. Maybe that's what people think growth is. Also, let's see, I'm trying to think of who the devil from, like, I know what the devil looks like in Tenacious D, but I'm trying to think of which demon it was. Was it the dude with the sword and the shield? Or is it just the, I have not actually seen the Tenacious D movie. I've just seen the scene at the end, the musical scene, because it was referenced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, in the Bonds Beyond Time movie. Also lizards. The lizards are still here. Can't say goodbye to lizards. Big lizards are a good enemy type. Because you see those and you're like, oh, those probably aren't friendly. Even though most lizards are pretty harmless. But if it looks like a gator, people are like, that's a predator. There's something incredibly... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are some, oh, there are many kinds of demons. There's gonna be another goat demon. He's kind of like a goat gorilla. You might have seen him, Florida Man Punches Gate. I don't think Dante is from Florida, but I'm sure he fits in there. So there was much glee taken from the fact some people are like, ew, Dante's old now. Those people are cowards. But many people were overjoyed to find out that Dante is old. Because guess what? Time progresses in Devil May Cry. And if you're wondering the lore behind it, Dante ages on purpose. Whenever Dante is in his demon form, he does not age. And canonically, Devil Trigger is just when he pushes himself harder. It's not him literally turning into a demon. He can technically look like a demon whenever he wants. I don't know enough about Tampa Bay. And quite honestly, whenever I hear Tampa Bay, my brain says Thunder Bay, and I'm like, that's not where it is. Thunder Bay is a place in Ontario. Oh yeah, you have twin rocket launchers in this game. I should probably explain what those those things are in the top left. So this is Swordmaster, and they can all these things on the top left. They are your style, and they control. Oh wow, the glass is actually different for each one of them. They control what the circle button does. So top is Trickster. It's like your dodges from 2. It's your dodge button. Then you go and you switch them with the D-pad, and you go R1 forward, teleport. R1 back forward, teleport, but land on the ground. Midair, dash. You can also like leap off of enemies and stuff, and in some games you can run on walls, but then they were like, running on walls isn't that necessary. Swordmaster, more sword moves. Gunmaster, more gun moves. And Royal Guard, block, parry, counter, and also you can do an auto parry if you if you fill up this meter. Do you have it on Switch, Graham? I don't know what to call you. Because if you have the Switch version, lets it. So this switching feature, this was added in 4, and then all these 4 styles are all still present in 3, but the switching feature was added in 4, and then people modded it into PC version, and then on the Switch version they just made the mod. They just did what the mod did and made it official, and a little bit more balanced. But every other version did not receive that update. So if you play, like, there are a lot of very little differences. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Well, if you have the PS4 collection, then you do get other features that were dropped from the PS3 version, sorry. Where you could do local co-op in the PS2 version, and then they just kind of forgot in the PS3 version. Man, in the server, Diaz called you Grant, and I wasn't sure if it was a joke or not, and I didn't wanna be like, his name is Graham actually, but then I was like, if he thinks your name is Grant, that I want to see that play out. Also, these dudes are interesting. I really like the hoods on their heads, and the swollen back, I think, adds a lot of menacing intent. So with these enemy types, little tip, whenever they're those veins on them glow purple, that means that they are armored, and you cannot interrupt them easily. But the thing is that if you're playing as Nero, armor doesn't matter if you're grabbing, so you can grab them and everything gets interrupted. Oh, Devil May Cry 3 is very good. It's it is often considered, it was considered the best pretty much universally, and people saying overall it's the best, but 4's combat is probably better, and I would say personally that I think 1's probably better paced, and like I think it being a shorter game does it favors, and that the weapon system in 1 is like being able to have all your weapons at once is a little bit easier. and but well, what was it? Also, I just think that one has a horror vibe to it, a subtler horror vibe to it that really changes the aspect. The game to have a little bit more of a thrill. I like the horror vibe. I like horror when you can also kill things. Oh, Mike is here. I was just comparing Devil May Cry to Devil May Cry. Okay, so you've played Devil May Cry 1. I think you can guess who this guy is supposed to be like. Oh yeah, you can also use Trickster to recover and bounce off if you get knocked down, but I didn't do that quickly enough. I switched when I didn't mean to. The horror, I love the tension of one so much in the first mission, where okay, so you start off outside a castle. You go, you can mess around. You walk, and it's sunny, and there's a big blue sky, big blue sea. And then if you go into as soon as you go into the castle, the wall seals itself behind you. And then it's like, then you try to go to a door. That one of those doors can attack you, and the other one is locked. So either way, it's like you are playing by this building's rules. And it's like, go collect stuff for me. And then you offer orbs of blood to the door, and you go in, and there are all these menacing statues all around, and then there are these weird puppets, and you grab a key from one of them, and it comes alive, try to kill you, and then you just destroy it. There's such a huge buildup of tension. And then it explodes when you actually start to fight. It's so good. And then 2, you just drop into a city, and you walk forward, and then you jump across some gaps, and then enemies just pop up. There is a whole level of artistry to the start of 1, and then it feels meticulously designed, and 2 just starts, and then it's just like, go. I know that they had it was some people not doing their jobs for a year and a half or something, and then other people cleaning up a mess, but also I really love the way 3 starts as well, because 3 starts with you just in a tight room, and there's an enemy just swinging a scythe at you as soon as you start. So no matter what you do, you have to do something, or you're going to get hit. You are or you get hit. You can attack, you can jump, or you can try to run away, or you can take the hit. And then after you kill the whatever enemies are in that room, more just keep pouring in and in and in, so that there's just non-stop action until the mission is over. You don't go anywhere, don't do anything except kill demons, and it's just an onslaught, and I love it. And then 2 is just walk forward. There are monsters, kill them. Okay, and now, yeah, more monsters. You open the door, mission 2. 2 sucks. Devil May Cry 2 is bad. Oh, you don't know how Devil May Cry 4 starts, do you, Grant? Oh, well, do you want me to tell you, or would you like to find out yourself in time? Oh, we're about to encounter an enemy who might beat on me a little bit. But I will switch to the approach. Alright, so... Oh, no, wrong floor. I mistook it for a different floor. But hey, it's the Nobodies from 1. These dudes are back. Look how grotesque they are. Fully rendered on the PlayStation 5. I'm so glad they brought this enemy back after 18 years. Oh yeah, but yep, Kingdom Hearts indeed. But if you're wondering, the nobodies were only in 1, and then they just didn't appear again until 5. So they just brought them back, and it's awesome. They look so good. But 4, you start off. Nero is running to church. Then he gets to church late, and just in time for his crush's performance, and he gives her a present. And they have to sit through the service, and then Nero gets bored and tries to leave. Then Dante comes in and shoots the priest in the face. And then you have to, and then all these guards pull out swords and try to kill Dante, and he like murders these people, these what appear to be ordinary human beings, in as comical a fashion as he would any other demon. And it looks like he is like dancing and vibing while murdering people. And he looks like a psycho. And like Nero immediately jumps in and kicks him in the face, and then it's like, okay, you're fighting Dante now. And then it just starts with a fight with Dante. There are tutorials, but if you turn off the tutorials or you clear them, then it's just like, yeah, just fight Dante. These games are good. Oh, here it is. Called a Fury. These things are fast and dangerous. They scare me. Oh yeah, these nunchucks are also a staff. And they're also like a big chain length staff. So triangle is frost nunchucks. Circle is bow staff, fire bow staff. Holding either is chain link rods. It's incredible. Staff nunchucks would be really good. Oh, that's also a weapon in Neo 2, by the way. They're a split staff. I think that's really good. Also, it just makes me think of Daredevil and how much a Daredevil game could be really cool. Devil May Cry 3 is about 10 is not 10, like 8 to 10 hours, and 4 is about the same. So the thing is that 3, if you keep dying, the game's like, ha, you suck. But 4, if you keep dying, the game will lower the difficulty without telling you. So you're probably bound to beat 4 more quickly if you were to do so. But I would recommend 3 first. But I would also like to be there. But again, it is your game, so I cannot stop you. And also, if you experience it by yourself, I can't accidentally spoil things or backseat you, and then you'd have a purer experience. But anyways, and the stream, if it comes later, then you can style, but you can show off or do things differently, because 3 you have a lot of choice for how you set up Dante. Because in 3 you can have like a build, so that's really cool. But which queen is what, the 21st? If you're planning to beat 3 and 4 before the 21st, it is entirely possible to do that. 3 would 22nd. So let's see, if you were to play, like 8 to 10 hours for 3, and there are chances things might be a little bit difficult if there's a bit of a hump. There are humps at certain points. Those humps are named Virgil, but because Virgil is incredibly difficult for a first timer in 3. And there are also a couple other tough bosses, but Virgil is usually the gateway to get good. And And like Virgil just says, half of your moveset is worthless to me. And also, how dare you just come at me blindly? If you try to rush in and hit Virgil, like you can with pretty much any other boss, he will just hand you, like, your severed head. But yeah, you could do 3 and 4 in a week, honestly, if you went for it. But, like, you could just give each a weekend for 3 and 4. Alright, I'm about to show you the first boss. Oh yeah, it's probably, I'm assuming you're gonna do Destiny that Tuesday and, what do you call it? Elden Ring that Friday, because that's when they come out. I like this boss. He's a big gorilla goat. Also, using the photo mode feature, I can show you this dude's got eyes. He's got 4 eyes on his head. He's got a lot of teeth. And he's got a lot of eyes. And also even more teeth. And also, like, beaks. This dude's design is great. Also, these are other... like, it seems like he's made up of a lot of different creatures. Like, because the eyes are different. Like, these are, like, predator slits here. And these are, like, bird eyes. Like, they all look like birds, but they're different birds. Like, these look like this kind of looks like a lizard sort of eye type thing. This looks like a falcon, maybe. And these look a little bit more like an owl. And then up here, oh no, these are more like an owl. Like, it's so in depth. Just, like, he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of eyes. No, I'm sorry, 8, 9 sets of eyes, 10 sets of eyes, and 4 mouths. And each set of eyes is distinct. I love video games. I love this game. I wasn't sure if for a second there I was like, man, I'm not doing very much damage to it. And I got worried. But I managed to do a lot more. I also totally did the Royal Guard release thing there completely by accident. I was trying to hit a different button, but I messed up. So, it worked out though. Oh, and here's something you can do with the rocket launchers. Laser beam. Ow! This enemy is supposed to be the easiest in the game, and he just did damage to me. Oh, and if the laser beam isn't enough. Super laser beam.
Don't try that at home, kid. It's your lucky. Get him, girl. Lock on. Time to bleed.
Oh, also, if you feel like you don't want two rocket launchers, you can also do this.
Two is overkill anyway.
You can...
Two is overkill anyway.
And it's just gone from... And then you can swap and charge up a single missile. Oh. Yes. You cannot use the bayonets, but this all... And boosters, yes. You cannot use the bayonets in 5, but you can use them in 3 and 4. In 4 Special Edition. You cannot use... These aren't in 4 Classic, but they're in 4 Special Edition. But I'm pretty sure that it's... Unless you were to go out and dig up a PS3 or 360 copy of 4, you have the Special Edition. But, oh yeah, like... Oh, and those aren't just those aren't just bayonets. They're grappling hooks. They're wired. Oh, I haven't shown you one of the best weapons. How do you feel about motorcycles? How do you feel about chainsaws? Did you know that my Steam profile description for like 6 or 7 years was card games on motorcycles, and I deeply regret that. I thought it was very funny when I was like 15. Oh yeah, and you can also do this. Yeah, and this. And also, the idea of playing drums with guns is something that I feel like Devil May Cry would actually do if they felt like they could. But then that would be like they would feel like they should turn that into a rhythm boss fight, and that would be a lot. These bats aren't actually from any previous game. There are fire bats or no, there are lightning bats in 1, but these bats are technically original, but they definitely feel like they're from an earlier game. Also because Bats, Castlevania, Devil May Cry, there, yeah. Oh, this song, by the way, is from 3 that I'm playing right now. because I prefer it to the song, the Dante's theme in 5. So I just had it play one of his themes from 3 instead. However, they have never put one of my favorite themes from 3 in here, which is Divine Hate. So if you do play 3 in the near future, there's something you should know. 3 is the first game to have lyrics in the music, and the others all did as well. But 3 is the only one where the lyrics were, of course, all in English, but they were not written by a native English speaker. So the lyrics of 3 are special because they're just not complete sentences most of the time, or like clauses. They're and the grammar is often wrong, and it's so good. I know, it's so good when they're like, we're gonna put in songs, but they're still sung by an English-speaking singer. So, like, a native English speaker is still singing them. So they're like, it feels like words are missing all the time. It's really good. So when some people were like, I think the lyrics to Devil Trigger are stupid, I'm like, they've always been stupid. It's part of it. It's part of the, it's integral. But all the lyrics of every Devil May Cry game are bad in different ways. So that's the best part. Like, in this, they're corny and a bit strung together a bit awkwardly. They're still good though, but in 3 they are not written by a native English speaker, and they do not make a lot of sense. Like you can figure out what the point is and stuff, but like grammatically it's all off. 4, they are like trying to be edgy, but the edge is so blunt and like dulled, because like Devil May Cry has never like in 4 it is like you're like, this is an M-rated game, because like it's a very soft M rating. And then like Nero's theme song is all about how he's gonna kill you, but like it's all just like playing to butt rock, and it's not actually all that aggressive or angry music. But it's still talking about how bad a dude he is. It's so good. And then in DMC Devil May Cry, the lyrics are often like political, and it gets absurd. And then there's 1 and 2 which don't really have lyrics. So I kind of hope that the Chinese mobile game has lyrics. The mobile game actually does look pretty good though, if you're wondering. Like, I tried it, but I got really irritated trying to. So there still has not been a global test or release of any kind. They've all been based in China, which is an extra layer. Like if it were in Japan or Korea, it wouldn't be too hard, but China, they're extra steps, so it can be difficult. And also, like, the Chinese script is incredibly hard to parse. Like, I can't read it in the first place. I can't read Korean or Chinese at all. But, like, there are so many different details in it, so in depth, that, like, you're like, I couldn't even draw that to try and translate this. And there are a lot of words on screen right now. But there's one mobile phone emulator that just, like, you can take screenshots and it'll translate it. I'm like, oh, technology's amazing. What does it say? And then it comes out in, like, broken English, and I'm like, I don't know what this says at all. Well, something about logging in with an email, I think. And I'm like, I don't have a Chinese email address. Also, yes, Dante does have a combat quote in this game where he says, "Gotta go fast." Alright, let's pop it. I'm so glad this game exists. This is a good barrel. Oh man, the winter is really bad for all that. Like, I don't know what it is. I'm assuming that maybe, like, there are joints and cables and stuff that freeze over. Thank you. Oh, I'm assuming that this sneeze is, there's a chance it could just be allergies popping up, or it could be something going around. I don't know. But seems more likely to be allergies, though. I don't know what it would be, other than perhaps a certain little guy, but also the Sin Scissors are back. The Death Scissors are back. And guess what? They reference the original appearance they had in 1, their original entry. Except they do it with Nero this time. It's a very nice throwback. This game has a lot of different things that are just like, hey, Devil May Cry 1 was really cool. So the thing about Nobodies is they have this mechanic where they change their masks that will give them stat and behavior changes. They've had that since 1, but it's hard to tell on 1 because it's like 480p, 360 or 480p or something. And even rezzed up, I just thought that they were like different, like outfits, like how the what do you call them? The marionettes have different designs, but those marionettes with different colors and stuff, they have different stats as well. Like their health depends on their color, and the red ones have the most health, I believe, and I think maybe it's the green ones with the least. I'm not sure. All I remember is the red ones have the most health, so they're the best to go for combos with. So these enemies aren't difficult, but they're annoying. They have these little, well, not venom, but magma flame sacks on their back. Until then, they have like a bit of weird armor on them. But if you burst the sack, they're completely vulnerable and useless. But you have to be hitting them from a very specific point to do that. And it's hard to get that point. And when they die, if you don't burst the sack, they do that. But if you manage to burst the sack, then they just blow up and die. And I believe you do not get the credit for the kill if they blow up with the sack, if just on their own. Also, I don't believe they can explode, though, until they touch the ground. So if I keep him like this... Yeah, I can just kill him before he actually pops. This is a rest floor. I really like the arc of that kick, I'm sorry. It's just so perfect. These things are called behemoths. If you break this little wooden block at the back that's holding their chains, they break loose. and when they're loose, they are way more aggressive, but they go after other enemies, and that makes them pretty valuable. You can just turn them on their allies. They rarely come alone. And also they have 2 tongues. Also the Death Scissors retain a trick they had in 1, made a little bit easier as well, where if you clash with their blade and then knock it back, then you can kill them in 1 hit. However, in 1 you had to do it very specifically, pointing at their temple. It's hard to do that. So in this, it's just a lot more limited on time, and you can also do it with other attacks as well. So like V can stab them in the head as well as shoot them. You can also slash and stuff, but Nero can also like grab them by the face and punch their mask and shatter it. But when I'm playing as Dante, it feels wrong not to shoot them. Graham, did you ever get the Dragon Ball Budokai HD collection, where they just left 2 out? Because I was never able to actually get a copy of Dragon Ball Budokai 2 ever, so I've just never played it. But I played 1 and 3, and I was like, those games are fun. And then I wonder, wait, maybe 2's fun too. Because nobody has ever said like 2's bad, from what I know. Alright, another 20. It's time for another boss. This one is quite mobile. Yeah. They are also pretty up there for games that you play at a friend's house. He's like, I've got a Dragon Ball game, and you're like, a Dragon Ball game? I can be Goku? Oh, and now the colors change. We're on to a new phase. So all the enemies up till now were on normal difficulty, and the bosses were, I believe they did about normal level damage, but their health was raised, I think. And then now everything will be on hard difficulty. And then after floor 80, everything will be on Dante Must Die difficulty, but the bosses will have slightly less health, so that they do not take too long. And you have to fight some bosses in a row. This game, the Bloody Palace, has 4 boss fights in a row at the very end. 101. That 101 floors. 2 and 3 have a different Bloody Palace from 4 onwards. 4 onwards, it's 101 pre-designed, preset floors, unless you're playing as Virgil in the DLC of DMC Devil May Cry, because Virgil does not have enough bosses to make up an entire Bloody Palace. He has 1 boss, so he has 60 floors with 1 boss at the end. In 3, oh no, oops. In 2 and 3, there are 10,000 floors, and then you can pick one of 3 floors to go. Sorry, portals to go through. One takes you up 1 floor and gives you a healing item. One takes you up 10 floors and gives you a devil trigger orb, and one takes you up 100 floors and gives you either nothing or a red orb. And then it's considered to be cleared when you beat floor 10,000. Every 10 portals you go through, you fight a boss. It's a lot harder that way. But you can also get really lucky though, and you can guarantee breaks. This game you have to reach a break floor to get a break. But you can just be like, give me health, give me magic, anytime in those. But the bosses are randomized in 2 and 3. Oh yeah. Wait, blue sphere. I'm trying to think. Is that a different game, or am I don't know. Is that a Destiny raid? Oh, Sonic 3. Oh, okay. Man, I really like everything about the bonus levels from Sonic 3, but I'm so bad at them. They always get so fast, and then I always either make one turn too many or too few because it's going so fast, or I jump, or I mistime my jump. They're really tough, but I love the aesthetic of them because I first saw them in a manual at my friend's house when I was a kid, and I was like, that looks so cool. Now, granted, I had already played Sonic Adventure at this point, so it was very weird of me to think those 2D sprites drawn to look 3D look cool. They do, but you'd think I would be more impressed by, you know, legitimate 3D. Huh. Okay. That's a lot of stages. Like, I don't know how many times you could technically replay it, but I figure there's probably... Is it an algorithm, or is it just like... I don't know. I miss old Sonic games sometimes. And then I think about the old 3D Sonic games, and then I think about the current 3D Sonic games, and then I'm just like, I wonder what the bonus stages could look like because they did different stuff with them. And then I think about, what is it, 3D Blast. That's a lot of stages, 134 million stages. Yeah, that's too many. I really liked 3D Blast when I first played it on the GameCube collection, and then people were like, that game sucks! And I was like, why? Why does 3D Blast suck? Because I'm a sucker for isometric viewpoints, and I just really like the look and feel of it. I thought it was a neat game. And then you find out that a lot of people think Sonic Adventure sucks. Like, I know that what people dislike is that probably the lack of momentum and like the screen size being limited, meaning, yeah, there aren't really a lot of isometric platformers that are like that. Like, the only other one I can think of is Super Mario 3D World. But that's different, because it's just not this, it's just like it feels like a 2D game in a 3D space, you know? Like, there's a pretty flat progression, but 3D Blast has like this sort of exploratory feel to it at certain points, while still being like a stage. But I know that like the screen is not big enough, and it does not move fast enough, and all that. But I think it's a neat game. And also, you know, it was a 3D game that came out in what, 1995? They were not easy. But I will say that Sonic 3D Blast is not the worst old like Sonic spin-off that I feel. Like, I think Sonic the Fighters is actually pretty fun. I only played it once, but I thought it was pretty fun. But Sonic Spinball I do not like very much. Sonic Spinball I tried, and I'm like, this game is the slowest Sonic game I've ever played. It feels bad. I'm sorry if you have differing opinions on Sonic Spinball, but I do not like it. Also, Sonic looks a little weird. Also, every Chaos Emerald is the same. If it got above us, like, I don't know, I think it was just the size of the stages, but the music is pretty good, I think. But, like, it just, like, it's one of the slowest games it's pinball. You can play pinball. Like, if you're going to imitate a real-life game, why are you gonna make it slower? I know it's because the Genesis couldn't handle that. But man, does it just... Like, I can look at a pinball machine, I can look at a pocket pinball machine and be like, yeah, that's smoother than that 8 frame per second game. I remember looking at all those different games on the Sonic collection, and they also had other ones like Sonic R and Sonic Fighters, and I thought Sonic R looked cool. I would always occasionally like try Sonic CD, and I'm like, man, I don't really get what it is about this that people I like. I heard a lot of things about Sonic CD later on, and I'm like, I don't really get it. But maybe I was playing a bad version, because I played the version in Sonic Adventure DX. There was never too much about it that particularly appealed to me. I really liked the look of Sonic 3. Like, Sonic 3, I really liked Sonic's sprites in it. I thought they looked awesome. Also, my blazing hot take, I much preferred the jumping model in Sonic Adventure 1 to Sonic Adventure 2. Because in Sonic Adventure 2, they just made it like you were like donut shaped as Sonic and Shadow when you jumped, with a blue orb around you. And in Sonic Adventure 1, it would be like this full 3D orb with like Sonic animated in the middle, and then it would occasionally blip in and out to see like him that like folded up in a, sort of like the donut shape. I thought it just looked way better. Like, I get that it looked a little less smooth and it looked more cartoony, but I loved the way that looked, man. I still like it. Like, I went back and played Sonic Adventure for a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, it's still amazing. I never got that far. Also, cutscenes on a Sega CD game? I know that was part of like the whole technology push forward, but like that sounds like it could get real bad and irritating. But kind of like I know Sonic Boom was on there, and Sonic CD as a game is worth it just for Sonic Boom. That animated opening and the song together are one of the greatest. Like, I saw that and I'm like, how come there's no Sonic game that's this? As a kid, I'm like, that is one of the best looking interpretations of Sonic. It's such a good... And then it's like, is there one like this? No. And then Sonic Mania was like, guess what? That's the best Sonic look. And I'm like, yeah! Graham, I gotta ask, if you ever played Alex Kidd? Because this is, I gotta tell you, Alex Kidd, the Sega's previous greatest attempt at a mascot that they, the potential mascot. This is an Alex Kidd unfriendly zone. Alex Kidd sucks. Alex Kidd is bad. It is an incredibly unappealing game. It's boring and stupid. We do not respect Alex Kidd in this house. And that, so like, Sega has had like 3 revivals. They had Sonic Mania, which is fantastic. Streets of Rage 4, which is incredible, and Alex Kidd and the something whatever, I don't care. And I'm like, that's a waste of an entry in the Sega Revival series. Should have gone for Phantasy Star, or Alien Soldier, or Shining Force, or something. But that, like, Alex Kidd sucks. It's bad. Also, Alex Kidd is just like a little dude in red with elf ears and like a bowl cut. There's no way he was gonna be cooler than the spiky blue hedgehog with sneakers that had attitude. And Alex, it's like, oh, what's Sonic's thing? Oh, he runs at the speed of sound, and he collects magic emeralds, and he saves animals, and he fights robots. It's like, what does Alex Kidd do? He plays rock, paper, scissors. Like, if I were in, like, a game design session, it's like, what do you want to be the main, like, competitive aspect of this game, or whatever, like, what do you want to put in between the core things, like, what do you want the B gameplay to be? And they were like, rock, paper, scissors. I'd have them thrown out of the room if I were running that meeting. It's a bad idea. Rock, paper, scissors. That's not a gameplay mechanic. To be like that's not a core gameplay mechanic. That's rock, paper, scissors. There's no depth to that. To that on a Sega Genesis game. Yeah, but like, at least with Fire Emblem has positioning, and there are dice rolls, and you can level up a stat. But like in Alex Kidd, it is literally just pick rock, paper, scissors. You pick the wrong one, you lose. You don't get anything, you lose money. It's stupid. Also, I'm also gonna tell that to what's it called? Oh, I can remember the name if I try hard enough. Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Tenkaichi. Calling out that game that came out 9 years ago. I don't know. Game was bad. I never even played it, but it, like, a major combat section was, you know, rock, paper, scissors. Getting your meter up to the point where you could do rock, paper, scissors. And I'm like, why? Why would you have it be this? Like, I know it's a very common thing in Japan. But it is dumb to have that be what a fight boils down to. Like, it's more interesting against another person because then you can play mind games. But if that's all there is to it, anyway. This is, I should probably stop talking about rock, paper, scissors. Graham, did you know that in the original Street Fighter 2 version of Street Fighter 2 on the Sega Genesis, since the Sega Genesis only had 3 right-hand face buttons, a D-pad, and a start button, you had to hit the start button to switch the punches to kicks, and vice versa to play Street Fighter 2, because it was a 6-button game. Guess what? Nobody really wanted to play Street Fighter on the Genesis. They had to release a new controller for the Genesis to have a proper controller to play Street Fighter on that wasn't terrible. Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think more... I wonder if Mortal Kombat did the thing where it's like you hold the button to make it a heavy attack. Because punch, kick, block are their usual buttons, but I know they're usually 2 punches and 2 kicks. But like, man, is that... Like, you can just see the thought process for the Genesis, where they're like, oh yeah, Nintendo has 2 buttons on the right face, but we'll have 3. And then Super Nintendo comes out and it's like 4 buttons right face, 2 on shoulder, and then start and select and D-pad, and it's like, they're like, we need to make a new controller. Oh, well, that was too late. Oh, we're getting close to another boss. This boss is really cool. Nope, that was bad. I didn't even switch to Royal Guard, and I was trying to Royal Guard. Tell you what, if I don't shape up, I'm gonna die here. I could also rely on the big red gauge, but I'm trying not to do that too much. Man, video games in the 90s were wild. All the weird variants and things they tried out. Also, all the other consoles, all the, like, third-party consoles that weren't Sega, Sony, or Nintendo were just so weird. Like that one that was just a remote as the controller, or the one that had a big bump in the middle of it, and on its like either D-pad or A button or whatever. And I'm like, whose idea was that? You know that people are gonna be pressing their skin into that, right? Damn it. That was my fault. perhaps talking about Sega in the 90s has been a bit distracting. Man, did you ever watch iPatch Wolf's video on Shenmue? Where he talks about, like, he spends like a good 20 minutes contextualizing, okay. He spends like a good 20 minutes or something contextualizing what Sega was like in the 90s and what Nintendo's stranglehold on the console market was for a good few years. And then Sega's complete, like, I'm gonna call it a marketing blitzkrieg was against Nintendo. And how they played, like, to undercut Nintendo's prices at like when Nintendo came out with the Super Nintendo, they like cut prices to the Sega Genesis by like $100 or something, which to sell them at cost, but to ensure that they would be able to sell more. They just wanted the market share to beat Nintendo to get an install base for future games. And for quite a while, the Sega Genesis did outsell the Super Nintendo, but the Super Nintendo was a stronger, better machine. Like, Sega was like doing the shonen battle anime thing of like, I will break my arm if it means I can knock you out. Or even just knock you down. All I need to do is knock you down. That was their mentality in the 90s, and it's so absurd. I loved it. Not that I was alive, but yes, sink the ship to kill the captain. And oh yeah, the captain still lived. Someone put out a thing, like Jeff Keighley put out a thing of the market value of a bunch of major game companies. Yeah. Did you know that Sega's like net worth is like $2.5 billion and that Nintendo's is like 50? Dear God, the boat went. Oh yeah. Also, apparently, like, Capcom is worth less than Konami, and I'm like, that's absurd. I'm like, that. Well, also Konami might be what we call a front for something relating to that you might relate to Kiryu Kazuma, pachinko. Yeah, and they might be used for laundry, for cleaning clothes. They might be using the processing power of their computers for that. Capcom is less likely to be that. But yeah, I'm like, but Capcom has been making games, good ones. Konami's done like 3 things. Man, I saw a tweet the other day that was like, oh man, Sony bought Konami. They did, and I looked it up and they didn't. It was just someone saying that as like an ideal dream of theirs. Yes. Did you know that the director of the first 3 Castlevania games just like got super canned by Konami in like the 80s or late 80s, early 90s for like no real reason, or because he was like considered unimportant at that point or whatever? I'm like, man, what did he do? He made one of their flagship franchises. Makes me think of that hard drive post where about Reggie Fils-Aime's retirement. They were like game industry professionals shocked and stunned that someone would leave their job on purpose or lose their job on purpose. All right, it's time for the next boss. This one I'm not good at fighting, but he looks really cool. But there was something else. Oh yeah, would you like to hear some One Piece, not spoilers, but One Piece numbers, One Piece bounties, which are basically power levels, but more vague in general, so they are not outright like statements of power. Alright, so as a comparison point, I want you, so I'm talking about late game stuff. Later stuff. Oh, hi, Ace. For comparison, Buggy the Clown has a bounty of 15 million berries. So if I do tell you this, Graham, it would be like telling you what the power levels would be in like Cell Saga when you're still in like a world tournament arc in the original Dragon Ball. It would be like that. So the scale might throw you off a bit, but you know, horror movies. So I don't want to, if you don't want to like have the scale of bounties ruined for you, I want to tell you what the Emperor bounties are, just to throw things. Alright, so, Buggy has a bounty of 15 million, and Crocodile's bounty is something like 80 million. Then, if we do the big old jump, and remember that Buggy is incredibly rude to Shanks every time he sees him. Even after Shanks has grown, they meet up again, and Buggy talks to him like you would talk to your roommate who threw out your soup by accident that you were still cooking. And he's like, "Hey, idiot! What the hell did you do? What are you doing? You ruined everything for me, and you suck, and I will kill you." So Buggy, 15 million. Shanks, just over 4 billion. 9 zeros. Over 200 times what Buggy is. So if you treat them like power levels, that would be like, oh yeah, but if you treat them like power levels, that would be like Raditz yelling at Frieza. And yes. Then we have Big Mom at 4.3 billion. Then Kaido at 4.6 billion. And Whitebeard at 5 billion. A little bit over. And then, you want to know what Gold Roger's bounty was? Oh look, they've got little demons on the points there. 5.546 billion, I believe. Or 5.564 billion. Now, the fact that Buggy had zero respect for how strong Shanks was and was still talking back to him and like treating him as though he was still, and it's like, so Buggy does this and people think that he's like, he does this in front of other people. And everybody around thinks that Buggy is actually, like, dangerously strong. to be mouthing off to Shanks like that. And like people, yes. And like Buggy gets like an actual rep as a dangerous straight up thug. And it's really just that they've known each other since they were like 10, and his fame means nothing to Buggy. If you've known somebody since you were like a little kid, they're never really gonna seem like a murderer, a dangerous person who has just straight up killed people before. It's just like, man, I knew you when you mopped floors at McDonald's. It's like I have $14 billion. It's like, so what? I know how you order your sandwiches. By the way, I'm not saying you should disrespect people who mop floors at McDonald's. It's one of the hardest jobs in the world. Have you ever tried to move around in a McDonald's? It's terrible. Imagine cleaning things. I don't like cleaning things in my own house, let alone a McDonald's. They don't pay anything for it. They barely pay anything for it. In conclusion, I think it's the people who mop the floors at McDonald's who should be the billionaires. Anyway. That's not even talking about the toilets. Every time I've been to my local's McDonald's bathroom, it has been in a time of great need, and I have been disgusted every time. Yeah. That's usually... My streams are very likely to turn to that at some point, aren't they? Honestly, Graham, I figured you were busy tonight, and I was thinking about asking you to play Dark Souls. And I was like, now he's probably busy, like, hanging out with Max or something. I'll just leave him be. And then you were like, yo, what up? In the first, like, 5 minutes. And I was like, oh. And I considered stopping, and I was like, I don't know. Maybe he has to, like, go to bed soon, and he's just stopping by. Did I ever tell you guys about the one time I went to... okay. Did I ever tell you guys about the one time my stepdad, we were at a McDonald's and my then stepdad was like homophobic to the guy mopping the floors, like indirectly whenever he got a little bit far away? Yeah, that's the thing about busyness, because like, I feel like that's what the word business used to be. And then it's just not that anymore. Oh yeah, he was a terrible person. He was just he was like talking about how he just looked gay to him, and now I'm like, it's probably just because he was a skinny teenager who probably had long hair, and so he just like started making jokes about it. Because I was a child raised in a terrible town, I thought it was funny. Anyway, yes. Oh yeah, that's just what happened if you were a boy who was either skinnier or did not like sports, or worse, skinny and did not like sports, or just like did not, you know, conform to some kind of standard. The world's bad sometimes. So, I had a thought about when people were talking about how in Disco Elysium that the F slur is the only one that's censored. And I was like, and there were racial slurs, and I'm like, well, the racial slurs in there aren't real slurs. They're fictional ethnic groups. But the, like, human homophobia is gonna be the same even in a fantasy world, isn't it? Like, you can just Like, they're still supposed to be human beings the same as we are, except, like, it can seem like Harry has psychic powers at some points, but I think that's more the reason for it, and because that could still be genuinely offensive to real world people, but fake slurs aren't. That's my thought. However, it is entirely possible that is Harry censoring it. Yeah, Harry censoring it for Kim's sake, but that's also, like, Kim can still hear it, or it's like, oh, Harry's censoring it for himself. I'm like, Harry wouldn't be that kind to himself, I don't feel. I just feel like that's the game developers trying to do that. Like, I don't think, but I pretend I do not see it. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that I think it's pretty clear that the what do you call it? The team at Zaum is not like out there hating. They give you like 400 different opportunities to be a communist. Like, I don't think they're out there hating. They give you as many opportunities to be a horrible racist, though. Maybe fewer. I haven't gone down that road, so I don't know. Man, I think that the Disco Elysium is good. Like, that's a very good... but, like, I when you start off that strong, it becomes a bit of a problem with what you're gonna do next. Oh yeah, as it should. I know that Kim will be incredibly upset with you if you're that way, and that I know he will leave if you upset him enough. I kind of wish they had an option for Kim to just shoot you if he hates you enough. I know that Kim wouldn't do that, but I wish they would put it in. Oh, that's cool. Shot by Kim? Shot by John? Or just by other people? Oh, okay. I think we should give Kim a bat, yes. Wow. That's terrible. That's unfortunate. Kim being gone for the rest of Disco Elysium kind of feels like... Have you ever walked to school without a backpack? It would feel like that. So I was saying that since this has been Disco Elysium has been a pretty runaway success for what is this studio's first game, and I'm worried that they won't be able to, or they will be really pressured for what their next game will be, because it makes me think of Yacht Club, who has just started their second game because they worked on... Technically, Shovel Knight could be considered to be 5 different games, but they worked on Shovel Knight, and like they had the Kickstarter for Shovel Knight, and then they made the 4 expansions to Shovel Knight, or the 3 expansions to Shovel Knight, one of which had 2 major entries. And they just announced their second game like 8 days ago or something. And Shovel Knight came out in like 2015. We're not a game studio, we're a movement. I don't know what that means. What are your intentions if you are not a game studio that just released a game? Your quest, storm, Shinra headquarters. I can't say what I was going to say. Redacted. Storm in Minecraft. I gotta say, I haven't done all these things in Minecraft that people are talking about. I should probably play Minecraft more. Oh, gray Nendos are just... Oh, that's not someone in my chat, but gray Nendos are just Nendos that haven't been painted yet because they are painstaking to paint. Painting models is hard. Painting is really hard. I know you're probably quite familiar with that, Graham, and you've probably painted a lot more than I have, but painting is hard. Whenever I like see an artist and they draw a curve and I'm like, wow, I can't do that. Yeah, I can imagine the undertaking that could be. Because I saw you paint like 4 dudes on stream and it took you like 4.5 hours. I don't like... Painting as a hobby seems like it can be very relaxing until you make a single mistake or you cannot decide how you're supposed to do one thing. And then I'm like, yeah, you could do it, yeah, monetize your hobbies like a real, I was gonna say millennial, and then I was gonna say, what do you call it? Not Gen, but Zoomer. And yeah, that's a healthy thing. It gives you no escape. But I know that, like, yeah, we're right on the cusp. We're all on the cusp. 99 to not like 93 to 96, or like right in the middle of it. Because people will be like, "Oh, you're young, you don't know what that thing is," and I'm like, "I know what it is." Also, a lot of people fail to account for the fact that lots of poor people just get things later. Like, people are like, "Oh, you never played on an NES." I'm like, "Yes, I have." And they're like, "How?" I'm like, "My aunt had one, and I played on it sometimes." I played Trog and Adventure Island Have you ever played Trog? I still didn't. I never understood it. Yeah. They like to use, like, whenever they refer to an entire generation, I'm like, you know, the generations are, on average, like, 15 to 40 years, technically, right? That, like, that entire, like, it can be a massive swath of people. Like, referring to them all as though they're a 14-year-old kid that your kid is friends with that you don't like is not going to ever really get the whole blanket thing. Also, like, different areas, generations will have different, like, characteristics and whatnot. Even within, like, one city. Like, something that could affect one subgroup won't affect another. Yeah. Those damn teens, like, it's like, oh yeah, damn millennials, like, we're at the edge of millennial, and I'm like, I'm 26, I haven't been a teenager for quite some time now. I don't like having to say I'm 26, it hurts me deep inside. I'm doing a little technique here that's called a pro gamer move for if you are not brave enough to fight these guys on their own, because these things are very fast and dangerous, and I'm not good at fighting them. I do not like saying I'm 26. It's entirely true, but it feels bad. And then I think, what have I done with my life? And I'm like, well, I haven't died. And like, when I turned 20, it was either like 25 or 24, my dad was like, I was this age. Oh, that hurts. That's not, yeah, that's a bad feeling. But my dad was like, when I was 24 or 25, that's when you were born, or whatever. I'm like, yep. Anyway, hi, thanks for the birthday, bye. I don't... It felt really weird. Sometimes, though, I have urges to have really mean comebacks to things my dad said that feel like they could be comments on what I have or have not done with my life. I could say, he's like, when you were 20, I was 25 when you were born, and I'm like, yeah, and you were 28 when you left. But oh yeah. Oh man. I mean, like, I don't care as in, like, it's his business to do what he wants, or I don't want to have a conversation. Because with like, otherwise I would assume it's supportive, like, he can do what he wants, he's an adult. But if it's somebody's dad, it's just like, it's like, as long as nobody touches my car. Your dad sounds cool, Graham, even if he might have gotten into a drug trafficking incident at some point. Like, I'm sorry, ma'am. You might have to confront your own discomfort with this on nobody's. Yeah, I think that's fair. I would not want to hear anything. I'd feel really uncomfortable hearing that. Hearing it from anybody in my own home. I'm like, nope. No matter who is involved, I'm like, please stop. Please. I need headphones. The biggest, strongest headphones in the planet. Yeah. Is it like the canonically the canon of the real world? But canonically, it's on the wiki. I can show it to you. Look here, it references. You can see the author's notes. But I was gonna say, is it like a lot of things get different, like John Mulaney, like, unless a whole bunch of people get really cool about a bunch of stuff really quickly. Type deal. Yeah. Man, so this like one sort of family friend, like his grandmother and my grandmother were friends, and his mother and my aunt were friends and stuff. But like I'm like 6 or 7 years older than them, so I've never been especially close with them. And now I think I'm 7 years anyway. But so like there was like a gap because I basically act as a family babysitter, and I got really tired of doing that. But, yeah, I understand. But like, he had an emotional coming out to like my younger cousins, like explaining that he was ADHD. And then that he had ADHD, and I thought it was really funny, but I wasn't like mocking or anything, but I just thought it was funny that he like treated it as though it was coming out, and then die what? And then later, like 4 years. Oh, okay. But like four or 5 years later, he was just like, "Oh yeah, I'm gay," and I was like, "Oh okay," because nobody had told me. Yeah. Yeah, family can be bad sometimes, but like just the contrast between like, guys, I have something I need to talk to you about. I have ADHD. Yeah, that's what he was like as a kid. And then as a teenager, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gay. And I'm like, oh, okay. You go further. You need to have a ring and a kid and be like, I am married with 4 children. I thought you should know. Yes. Like, no, there was no negative response to either from anybody, from what I know. But like, it was just a, oh yeah, I'm gay. And then I'm like, oh okay. Versus, guys, I have something I need to talk to you. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, I'm pretty sure at least 3 more people in this room probably have ADHD. There are a few things quite as good as an incredibly detailed, overly elaborate prank for no reason. Also, I fully expect, like, my family is so non-communicative that at some point, if my brother were to just show up to Christmas one year, he's like, oh yeah, this is my wife and both my kids, by the way, I would be like, oh, okay. He did not tell me that he was moving out of the house until I saw him moving boxes to his car. I woke up and he was like carrying boxes and he's like, hey, and he's like, could you help me move some stuff? And I was like, okay, what's going on? And he's like, oh, I'm moving out today. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm moving. I'm moving out. I've got an apartment in the city. I was like, you're moving? And he's like, yeah. We don't talk about things very much. Like, wasn't like I was a little kid who couldn't handle it either or anything. I was 17 and he was 19 and he was just like, oh, I'm moving today. Throwing everything in my car. Like, he mentioned that he'd had a girlfriend that he lived with to like at like Christmas or something, and I was like, never told me that before. That he had lived with in the past or something. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, my dad had mentioned that offhandedly to me once last year, and I was like, is that true, or was he just saying things to get our dad to leave him alone? But and then it's like, oh no, it was true. And I was like, oh, we don't talk about things. So when I see you guys is like, yeah, here's my family at my Twitch stream. I'm like, wow, I don't tell my family things. I also find the thought of doing that to be very funny, and I aspire to do that one day myself, to show up with unmentioned family members. Oh god. Okay. Never stops being cool. Oh no, allergies. My right eye is tearing up. I'm in pirate mode. Okay. Oh god. I'm sorry, I just really like Rainstorm a lot. It's cool. This move is Rainstorm. I do it all the time. It's fun. Spinning with guns is a really cool idea. You could show up with your surprise wedding, your surprise married family at Christmas, and then have a second secret family that shows up to surprise you that gets upset. And then a third, and then a third like partner, and each gender will be different of every partner, and then you be like, one of these is real. I will not tell you which. Then leave. Leave with the entire posse in a van. Insane queer posse. So were juggalos a thing before? Oh, there's no sentence quite like, oh, I'm gonna fucking ruin Christmas this year. Gonna have 9 uninvited people at this Christmas, and then I'm leaving. But were juggalos a thing before Insane Clown Posse, or did they popularize it? Did they invent it? Or did they just, like, centralize it? I don't know. Oh, okay. Fun One Piece fact. Did you know that Buggy the Clown's nose is not actually fake? It's just what his nose looks like. He just looks like that. And I don't think he ever, like, planned to go by Buggy the Clown. People just looked at him and were like, he's a clown, and then that's just his face. The sign clown ever. Like, there's a clown ethnic group in the world. in the world of One Piece. It's like, yeah, we got fish people, we got mer people, we got dwarves, we got giants, we got clowns. It's like, clowns? Yeah. You know. Assigned child of born a clown, forced to mime. Oh. It's time for a bird and witches. You know, every time I do get sick, I always just hope that whatever I do end up, like whatever the sickness ends up doing to me, I just pray for no vertigo. Because whenever I get sick and I get vertigo, it's so bad. I hate that part so much. The bird is good. Oh, come on. Hey. I was trying to do cool stuff. Man, I love weird demon designs. Weird monsters are always good. I specifically love the subtype of failed alchemy creation or whatever. Like, have you ever seen Ludwig from Bloodborne, Ace? That's a good one. I might die here if I mess up. Yeah, that's a good one, because he accidentally got fused with, like, a team of horses. That's a very good monster. A man and also, like, a bunch of horses. And then you can see, like, all around him, there's, like, a pool of blood with a whole bunch of incomplete, misshapen corpses that are now fused together, and also the floor. Like, they never actually explain what happened. But something happened. Bloodborne is good. It's like, oh, why is human transmutation illegal? That's why. What if a whole bunch of people accidentally become horses? Can't have that happening again.
Come here! Come here!
Oh. I'd like a refund on this body, please. Also, I've never had. Thank you. I've never had people be like, "Are you? To make you feel better. You know what? Let's watch some horror movies." Thank you, Graham and Ace. They're usually like, "You want to play Dark Souls or Devil May Cry or Kingdom Hearts?" And I'm always like, "Yes." Or Stardew, because Stardew's comforting. I am very unfamiliar with most horror. Oh yeah, you know what I started thinking about the other day? One time when I was a kid, oh, okay. When I was a kid, there was a Halloween thing at my church, and they distributed candy based on the little carnival mini games that they had going around. I was about 6, so the kids who were like 4 and under did not have to play the games, but the kids like 7 and up had to play the games. But like, I was 5 or 6, and stupid, and very poorly coordinated, so I had to still play the mini games with all the carnival games with the older kids in order to get candy. But I didn't win at any of them. So I barely got anything. I got like 1 piece of gum or something. And then I went to the kitchen where to see my mother, and then I was like nearly crying as I didn't get any candy. And then she and her friend just went and gave me a bunch of candy, and that made me feel better. Also, whose idea was it, like, if you want to have mini games, sure, but like, why are you doling out candy based on performance? It's a holiday. Why are you making a competition out of it? We're a bunch of children. And I know there's always like kids these days get participation trophies and stuff. Yeah, it's because when you're like 6 and being told you're worse than other children feels really bad. Oh yeah. In my house, for Halloween, my mother, no, sorry, not Halloween, for Easter, we would do like an egg hunt in our house, always inside, just my brother and myself. But my brother has always been taller than me. He's just taller, and he got taller faster. So even though there are only like 3 inches of difference between us now, when we were kids, there was a point when he was like a foot taller than me, in spite of the fact that he wasn't even 2 years older than me. He just got bigger so much more quickly. So like so we would each get to like hunt for the eggs, And then when it was over, my mother would then take all the eggs from us, put them into a bowl, and separate them evenly and cleanly. And she also bought candy exclusively in even amounts. She didn't want us to miss out on the game or anything, but she did not want either of us to just end up with less. Also, that pickle thing really sounds like it's meant for, like, a house with, like, 5 kids or something. Not 2, where one has a significant age advantage. It's like, alright, 6-year-old, compete with this 11-year-old, and do the best you can. I might not talk as much in these later floors as I am trying not to die. The enemies have moved on to Dante must die difficulty, which means that they are very strong all the time, and then they can get stronger if I take too long to kill them, or if I taunt too much. Every time you taunt, so like they have a timer, based on every enemy has their own individual timer for when they will transform into Devil Trigger, and I believe when you taunt, it removes it quickens the timer, either by removing time or multiplying it. I think it just like ticks off like 30 seconds or whatever. Taunting is how you fill up your own magic gauge to enter Devil Trigger. So like, alright, if you want to go into DT more quickly, so do they. Also, like, I think it might be a bit of a punishment for presumed arrogance. Yeah, I have my doubts that St. Nicholas was actually outworking literal necromancer magic. What if that's what we find out what it was? That's why the villagers hated him, because he was a necromancer. Or the Romans or whatever. I don't know. I don't actually know the story of Saint Nicholas because it's not really. Oh, I don't know where Anatolia is. Turkey. Oh, he was from Turkey? Oh, okay. Okay, from Greek Turkey. Okay. Before it was Turkey. Yeah. And now we know him as a Coca-Cola mascot. Saint Nicholas was Greek. Okay, that's the lore. Like, the real world history is lore now, I'm sorry. I would like it if more stories actually played into that. But then, like, when mythical figures are assigned, like, any form of, like, ethnic identity that does not, like, sync up well enough, it can feel weird, like, or, like, Hades in Disney's Hercules seems kinda like he's Jewish at some points. Because I think there's a point where he says, like, oy vey or whatever or something like that. And I was like, this is weird. He's Greek. And I have seen at least one person who thought that Kratos from the God of War series, yeah, a series that takes place until the most recent game to be released. Every single game took place in Greece or Greek mythologized places. And somebody was like, Kratos is black, and I was like, he is played by a black man. He's from Greece. Yes, it performed. I do know that it performed extremely poorly in Greece, and I was like, yeah, I can see how that would upset people. I think I heard somewhere, but I don't know if it's even true, but like, I heard that 300 was very popular in Greece. Yeah, going Hercules and what were some of the, yeah, going Hercules instead of Heracles and stuff. But I can't remember any other Roman names they used. But I said that, I was like, apparently that movie's like really popular in Greece, and my brother was like, yeah, because they treat them like they're fucking gods. They treat them like they're beyond superhuman supermodels and stuff. Like they are treated as though they are beyond the limits of humanity. It's like, no, yeah. Oh, Huncules. Also, how do you all now that I have you here, how do you feel about Thebes in Hercules being referred to as the Big Olive? Is that incredibly racist or incredibly funny or both? Yeah. Could go. We have a split. We have could go either way, and great joke. Also, the whole like Hercules is Michael Jordan thing is weird, because like nowadays it's like, oh, he's an athlete, but it's like in the 90s it's like, no, that's Michael Jordan. Yes. like it's like Emperor's New Groove. Like I know Lindsay, this is just me basically saying what Lindsay Ellis did, but like Emperor's New Groove, like used what do you call it? Like Aztec, or I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but like used older Aztec like stuff as though it was like the background for Emperor's New Groove. But they never really had any like pretensions of it being an Aztec movie. It was just kind of dressing, and everything else was just treated as though it's just a goofy buddy comedy. Like it never pretends to not be about that. But then it's like, oh, we're going to the Big Olive. Incan, yeah, I'm sorry. But like, it's David Spade. He gets turned into a llama. He goes around with John Goodman. And then they go and learn a lesson about what it means to not be a terrible person. The actual message that's still applicable. Don't be a bad person, and also building land developments on people's homes is a bad thing to do. And the message of Hercules is don't be vain? I don't know what the moral of Hercules is. Like, I know what the... Yes. Yeah, Hercules was actually, like, an actual figure. And he has cultural relevance. But, like, I can't say that the Incans are exactly, you know, much of current people. I believe they're still, like, they still have descendants, but that culture is not what it used to be. Greece is still there. Oh, I didn't move fast enough. Ah. It feels like it. Like, man. There was a kid in my class, in high school, named Dimitri, and he was Greek, and I believe he was also born in Greece, but he moved to Canada when he was like 2 or something. And like, lots of people were like, "Where are you from, man?" He's like, "Greece," and then he's like, and they're like, "You don't look Greek," and he's like, "I do look Greek, actually." Because they hear Greece and they just picture drawings of white people. And they do not expect Greek people to look anything like they do. Yeah. yeah, there's a lot of global ignorance in this area. Did I tell you that my first day of school in my hometown, people argue I was one of the 2 new kids in the class, because a lot of them had been in the same class since kindergarten, and I moved back home in 2nd grade, and then so I moved away for a couple of years to the big city, and like the kids argued about what I got up to the front, and before I could say anything, the kids, it's like, do we have any questions for him to start? And they argued about what country I was from and and asked me if I could speak English. That was nice and dehumanizing. They were like, where are you from? And then they all yelled out different countries and argued, and I was like, I'm from Toronto. I was born here in this town, like 15 minutes from here, on foot. By car it's like 5 because traffic, but without traffic it's like maybe 2 minutes. They did not ask the blonde, blue-eyed girl what country she was from, because she was the other new student. She was a bitch. Calling that child a bitch. I last saw her when I was like 20. I went to buy a Steam card at what do you call it? At a corner store, at a convenience store, and then a guy was working there, and she was hanging out with him, presumably her boyfriend, and she saw me and she was like, oh, hey, and I was like, hey, and then her boyfriend was like, don't spend this all on a bunch of games you'll never play, and I was like, what else are Steam cards for? And he laughed. If you're wondering why I think she's a bitch, she invited me over to her house to play when we were like 8 or 9, and then I was 9, and then she invited me there to make fun of me with her and her friend really wasn't down with it because her friend was nice, and then she dumped a bucket of water on my head. And, yeah, that's why I think she's a bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some people do not. Yeah, some people are their, I guess, ethnic literacy is low, but cultural literacy, I guess. But, oh no, that's okay. I don't know if you should try to relax with an online multiplayer shooter, Graham. I'm trying to think if there are any that do like Titanfall can be kind of isn't like relaxing, but it's comforting. But honestly, there aren't enough Kirby games. Like there are enough, but like I just think they should all be available. Thank you. Oh. Yeah. Thank you. But like the girl, the one who I should not name, but she had me over to like make fun of. So she and her friend were bigger than me, and they made fun of me for how skinny I was. She made fun of me for how skinny I was, and her friend really didn't participate. Sometimes other teammates can suck. But and then like I left because she kept making fun of me, and then she called me over and she was like, "What?" I lived around the corner from her, so I was just gonna go walk home. I went and put my shirt on and went to walk home, and then she was like, "Wait, I have something to show you," and she had a bucket, and I was like, "There's water in there, and you're gonna dump water on my head," I said, and she's like, "No, I'm not, there's a frog in here," and I was like, "No, it's water," and she's like, "I swear I'm not lying." I'm like, "You swear?" And she's like, "Yeah, I swear I'm not lying, it's a frog," and then I walked over and she dumped water on my head. And then I went home and never went to her house ever again. Yeah. Yeah, I got Charlie Brown. You know who gets Charlie Brown? Kids who assume people are good and honest. She has a kid now. Good luck. Also, what if there had been a frog? Frogs are cool. I think that's what she said, there was a frog. She might have come up with a worse lie than that. And then, like, so there was also, like, another girl in our school that she was, like, constantly getting into fights with. But, yes, that I would have gotten a frog dumped on me. And, like, she generally, also, she at one point, like, oh yeah, she wrote a note to herself on her backpack calling herself a bitch or a slut or something in like the 4th or 5th grade, and then everybody was like, and then somebody was like, "No, I saw it, it was her," and then I chose to believe her because she said that it wasn't true and that somebody was bullying her, and it was the girl that that was her best friend / worst enemy, because like they would hang out all the time because they lived like across the street from each other, and then they would also get into fights all the time. And then everybody's like, "No, dude, you shouldn't believe her. It was her." And then she transferred from our school to a Catholic school in the 5th grade because she was like, I just think it's like a better school or whatever. And then I was like, it's because you get into fights all the time because you're a bad person. Yeah. Oh, my cousin lied constantly. Like, I realize now it was probably just like trying to get people to like him, and it was pretty obvious at the time. But like, I did not believe at all because his lies were constant and inconsistent. like his dad he described as being a millionaire and then a billionaire and then like the fourth richest or the richest guy in the world and also a farmer. And then one day he came in and he brought a baby chick to class and we were like, okay, so he's a farmer. I say my cousin. I did not know he was my cousin at the time. I've probably told this story already. And then one time, to try to make a point to him about how much he lied, my brother and I told him the story of the boy who cried wolf. And then he's like, then we were like, what do you think the moral of that story was? What do you think the point of that story is? And he's like, you shouldn't mess around with wolves. And I was like, that's not the point. It's that you should not lie because then people won't believe you ever. I think he got better though. I looked at his... Oh man, that's messed up. Wow. That's... Man, children can be really bad. Children can also be wonderful, but like... Man, kids will do some messed up stuff. But I believe my cousin is now, like, I believe he's a mechanic and he lives with his girlfriend and he's really into birds and he has a nice bird that he takes care of. So I think he turned out all right. I think he has a parakeet or something. And honestly, mechanic who lives happily cohabitating with his girlfriend and birds, honestly, not a bad way to end up. That kind of feels like it could be like somebody's ideal life, honestly. Yeah, that doesn't sound... That's funny. That's the sudden odds. I think it's very funny in real life when it's like, oh, what is that, the stereotype? And it's like, and then the stereotype is accidentally true. That's always funny. To me, at least. I'm gonna show you a little trick that you can do in Devil May Cry. If you jump on an enemy's head, it gives you a little bit, you jump off, and it gives you a little bit of magic. And then you can keep doing that over and over. to build up more magic and recover health. But if you get hit, you take a lot of damage, so it's not worth it, I guess. I mean, I know a lot of my family is, well, like, a lot, as in pretty much all my family on my mother's side is Irish, and I know there's also a lot of alcoholics on that side, and there's like an Irish quarter in my hometown. It's not really the Irish quarter anymore, but that's still where the Catholic Church is, and that's where where a lot the like housing project is. And yeah, but that's where my great grandmother's first house was, and that's where yeah. If you're wondering, this is in no way high-level play. This is just an incredibly cheap. This is a cheese. This is a cheap thing to do if you're a coward who's not good at the game. My excuse is that I'm sick. I can't say I know of any mobster relatives, but that's because this is a very small area. That's a lot more mob-related activity than I expected. How does it feel to be? Ace, I have some questions about where your interest in Yakuza comes from. Fiction. Crime fiction. Man, I think my mother, like, watched that one spoof documentary on Netflix about the graffiti. What is it, like, American graffiti? Not American graffiti, but... Oh man, I'm so bad at the timing now. But I don't remember what it's called. But it's just like, oh, a kid painted dicks. Or spray painted dicks on a teacher's car. And it's like, oh, making a murderer, but stupid. And a gag. And like, I think she might have thought, I heard her, she talked to herself while watching it, because she does that. But she's like, this isn't even funny. But like, I wonder if he might have not read the description and thought it was an actual crime documentary at first. But I think he probably somebody was watching it. He was like, this isn't very good. And then I think he also watched, like, Making a Murderer and then stopped because it's upsetting. If you've ever watched Making a Murderer, or wanted to watch Making a Murderer, maybe don't, because it's a horribly upsetting thing to watch. I do not recommend it. Not because it's a bad show. It's a feel-bad show. It's a very effective work as documentaries go. It's horribly depressing and upsetting at points. It's like we are going to ruin the life of this disabled child for political reasons at one point. And it's like, why, man? What a part of this seems okay to you? Like a real kid, like a 16-year-old with like cognitive dysfunction or limitations, they like basically pin him for being like an accessory to murder, which he was not. And yeah. And he doesn't entirely he does not entirely understand that he is going to stay in prison either. And he keeps asking, like, his mother to record TV shows for him and stuff, because he wants to watch them. And he asks, like, stuff like, he like, talks about, like, going to graduation and stuff, and it's like, no, kid, you're going away for life in prison. But they can't tell him that because he doesn't get it, and they can't explain it too much, because it would be horrible to do that to him. Because if he does get it, that's not gonna be, he might not be able to handle that. Yeah, I had to stop watching that. I was like, this is making me feel very bad. Because it's like, no, none of this is fake. This all happened. Like this century. See, serial killer things are a bit different because there is at least something to hope for, and in that feels like a good resolution, instead of just like, man, I hope this guy gets out of prison so he can go home to his family for doing nothing. The guy had like 5 kids, I think. And he was not wealthy. Or like he did get out of prison and he was like suing the government or something. Oh no. If you're wondering, I was not planning to kill the knight yet. I try to save the knight for last. But I'm far worse at controlling Dante's damage than I am at controlling Nero's. I wanted to get the knight down so I could face this fury solo, but I am able to do that. You're in the wrong part of town. Jesus. Oh man. That wasn't too bad. Alright, if you don't want to see the spoilers, thank you. If you don't want to see the spoilers, Graham, we're about to see him. Also, they're rad, so maybe you want to see him. I don't know. But it's time for me to fight 4 final bosses in a row. Let's go. Going poorly. Those sounds of Dante grunting in pain are not intentional. Dante sounds... I haven't actually seen the movie, but that one Kung Fu spoof movie, my face is bleeding, making me the victor. Graham, I know I told Ace this, but did I ever tell you about that one white lady who went to Africa, and then yeah, Kung Pao, who went to Africa and like on like a school trip or something? Yeah. Yeah. But she had like a nickname that she took very seriously, and she told a friend from that she met later in life from that country, like, yeah, that's what they called me. And she's like, oh, and I'm gonna name my daughter this African word, out of pride, because it means like person we value or noble contributor or something like that. And then the friend from that country is like, that means pain in the ass, or like unwanted idiot or something like that. Like the gist was, you're irritating and we don't like you. And then she was like horribly upset and offended and tried to like argue with the native speaker of the language. Like, no, that's not what it means. And it's like, no, that's what it means. It means they were making fun of you and talking about you behind your back, but you were still there and you didn't leave for a long time. You're there for like 2 months or something. It's like you... Yeah. Oh, I might have sent that... I might have told you that, or... I might have sent that to the Despair server. I still find it funny though. The odds of me making me through this aren't great, yeah. Do I blame it on the rust? Do I blame it on the sickness? Do I blame it on the discussions of Sega in the 90s? Who knows? Or do I accept that I'm not good at the game all the time, and that I make mistakes and am flawed as a human being like all others? Nah, I think it's Sega. Oh, come on. I got one of them. It's unlikely, but there is a way I can win this if I get in close with the Royal Guard full power. I just have to break that shield. And not die beforehand. Anyway, one lesson that can be taken is do not name your child things that you do not understand, that in languages you do not speak. Also, don't go to Africa when you think you're helping when you're just some teenager. You are not helping. Yeah, do not give random white kids Hawaiian names. Didn't go as well as I was hoping, but it did some damage. Okay. On to boss fight 3. I have very low health and no devil trigger and no royal guard. I'm gonna die. Possibly. So if I do beat this boss, I get a full health recovery. So, and destroying those swords gets me a lot of DP actually. So maybe that's a path to salvation. I'm sorry I'm being pessimistic. I'm just scared. Alright, no more fooling around. Come on. Oh, no, gotta do this now. There we go. Got it. I was hoping that. So when you finish a floor, you can get kicked out of that state, which you cannot ordinarily leave. But because that was a cinematic boss finish floor, they did not kick me out of it as soon as I was hoping they would. Final boss, Goku. I made this exact same joke last time about it being Goku. I'm not creative, I'll say that. Come on. Oh man, yeah, I have good news for you about most Devil May Cry games. One-on-one duels are very good. Oh, you're also gonna love most Kingdom Hearts finales. God, the climax of Kingdom Hearts 2 is so good. The end. Mind if I spoil a game from 17 years ago? On the PlayStation 2 that is for small children, but I still love today. So like... So first you fight, the final boss, Xemnas, at like this big tower in this city that's all black and blue and like and full of rain, and it's awesome, and you fight him solo at that tower, and then it's like you beat him, and then it's like you didn't beat him, and then it's like, oh, we gotta go fight him in his realm now or whatever. And then that realm is like blocked by that city you just fought in, but now you're like slicing through and riding on buildings to get to him, and it's so cool. And then you get to him, and he's in this giant floating castle, and then you destroy the stuff in the castle to get to him, and then it turns out the castle is a rocket ship. And then you're on the rocket ship. And then it zooms out and it turns out the castle is not just a rocket ship. It's a dragon. And then you're on doing like a shooting segment on the ship to get to the dragon. And then you have to fight him while he's on a throne in a dragon while floating on city buildings. And and then you're flying across these buildings, fighting him in a tower, in the tower dragon spaceship, and then you beat him in that form, and then he was like dressed in like king's armor that whole time, and then you're like, yeah, I beat him, and then he goes into this void, and where he's wearing a color variant on his original outfit. And he's like, you have no chance. And it's just you and your best friend there to fight him in one last round in the void. And he's been reduced to his simplest thing. And you're no longer fighting in a giant. You're riding in like a space motorbike, by the way, where your best friend is driving it, and you're in like a sidecar that you can use so that you can still fight with a sword. And then it's like, oh, now it's just you, and then you fight him, and then there's this one part where he surrounds you with like 360 degrees cubed of laser beams, and then there's one button for Sora and one button for Riku, and it's like block, and you have to mash both buttons at once to prevent these hundreds of thousands of lasers shooting at you, and you're like dashing back and forth, stopping them. And then you have like one final attack. That's like his last big attack, and then you finish him off. It's so cool, man. It's one of the best ending, like, climactic events of a video game. I completely misused this form. I really wasted this because I was too busy talking about Kingdom Hearts to play Devil May Cry properly. The camera zooms in closer to you, the better you're doing on that last guard break. There we go. Oh.
What'd you lack? Is this? Thought you like it.
Okay. Thank you. Now I am going to show off a couple more things. No, not Bloody Pal. Void. First we're gonna go with Nero. And then we're gonna go to Customize. And we're going to go to Abilities. And buy the EX Provocation. And then I get a trophy for that. I don't know if it pops up on stream, but I got a trophy. Maybe the sound played. I don't know. But it's time for us to look at the EX Provocation for Nero. Then I'm gonna go buy the EX Provocation for Dante. But here we go. And this is the taunt Nero gets for beating Bloody Palace.
I'm the one with power.
Is he goated with the sauce? I have seen that phrase a lot of times in the past 2 days, and I know what it sort of means, but I also do not know what it means at all. And here's one more hidden taunt that only Nero gets. Yes, mostly from YouTube, yes. He can take out gum and chew it. It also recovers health when he does that. And he has air taunt, and he goes.
Shall we dance?
Also, this game has targeted taunts, so if you lock onto an enemy, then taunt.
Which one wants to play?
I'm not you can see on the screen, I'm not touching the left stick. He just moves like that.
Let's see.
And if your style rank is high enough, let's see if I can do it.
Let's see.
Nope. I have to get it to S, I think.
Guess who's getting their ass kicked?
Yeah, he can storm towards them and go, guess who's getting their ass kicked? Oh, it's good. Video games are good. And also he has another one where he like takes out a camera with like a rotary thing, like a lever. And he's like, oh yeah, baby, work it. Make love to the camera, yeah. And then it doesn't make sense. But, alright, now let's give Dante his EX provocation. There's another trophy. Okay, here we go.
Come on. Let's rock.
Thank you.
What you like? Is this? Thought you like it.
Now his hair will stay like that. He just gets the Virgil hair.
Hell yeah!
So each of Virgil's special taunt does not change any of his appearance, but at least I don't think it does. I'm trying to remember. I've had Virgil for less time than the others. I was assuming I would be playing through as Virgil or V tonight.
And you are set free.
And then he can taunt. His lock-on thing at max rank is tossing the rose, which does deal damage. Now I'm going to let it go back down. And to get V's taunt, I would have to get another 2 million orbs.
Now I'm gonna play with you.
And same case for Virgil's. But beating Bloody Palace gets you about 1.5 to 3 million orbs. It's just that your payout depends on how well you did. But V's thing, if he clears Bloody Palace, is that he can turn his cane into a lightsaber and then switch it around and it goes and then if he swings and hits with his cane, it now does not cause him to rebound. Yeah. Giant sword is good. Devil May Cry 3 is also good. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. Oh, you know what I can do? Is I can show you the absurdity that is Legendary Dark Knight. Because this is only in 4 and 5 special editions. I've got a perfect amount of gold orbs.
Go to hell.
Oh yeah, Virgil's air taunt changes when his style rank gets to S, it becomes his mid-air slash. And when it's not, he throws swords down. Oh no. I don't know what the sauce part of goated with the sauce means. I know that goated is like greatest of all time, but the acronym, but treated as a verb. Like to be crowned the greatest of all time or confirmed as that. But I don't know what it means to be goated with the sauce. What does that mean? Does it have a meaning? Or is it just sounds? Oh hey, you want to see something violent? He is anime. Here, I will get down and then I will. Here, let's see if I can do it properly. It's not exactly gory, but it's still pretty violent to just cut 1,000 things at once. Attack, kill, maim in video games. Oh, Graham, have you heard Bury the Light before? Oh, well then I will at least start the next mission so that you can hear Bury the Light, because it's an incredibly good song. This is like a low-key remix of what do you call it? Devil Trigger. So this is not actually Virgil's theme. This is just a version of Nero's. There are stage themes and then there are character themes, and stage themes can't change, but character themes do. That's how it's set up. Look at me, almost knowing things. Devil Trigger and Bury the Light are both composed by Casey something. I can't remember what his name is. What his last name is.
Rest in peace.
Casey Edwards, thank you. I love loading times on the PS5. So that enemy always runs away if you get towards it, but if you shoot it first, you can prevent it from running. It's harder to aim with magic swords than it is with a gun. Because Nero uses a gun. Yeah, I can't do it. So there are two things about Virgil when he's sheathing his sword. Is that if you let him sheath his sword fully, like this, that gives you DT if you do it in front of enemies. It's counted as a free taunt, which means since it's free, that also means the reset timer is free. So if you keep sheathing your sword, it keeps counting. And also, that moment when you sheath your sword... Oh. Yeah, is when that's a regular judgment cut, but when that little so if you slash right at the moment the sheath contact the hilt contacts the sheath, then that when you get that little shrieking sound. And there's no startup and no, like, ending time. See, like, he gets the back step if you do it normally. But if you do it perfectly, it just goes... Yeah, there's, like, perfect timing after every hit to just do a judgment cut. And if you do it perfectly after that... You can chain up to 3 more. He's very fun. He's also very hard to play as. Because everything's just, like, do it perfectly. That meter above his health, that's the concentration gauge. And that only fills if you do not get hit. And if you do not run away, and if you do not miss. Sorry, I kind of ruined the build-up by getting too aggressive. The little sound effects that stop when you get in that override the music for a bit. It's so good. Also, for every character, if you do some of their strongest moves, there are glass shattering effects, as this is the motif of the game and something that has appeared in most entries in the series. I don't think it's in 2 or DMC Devil May Cry, so it's in all the real entries of the series. But it's in 1, 3, 4, and 5. But like it happens at the very beginning of 1 when they're like breaking the glass and stuff to intro. The Metal Gear Rising Everywhere system was such a good implementation. It's so perfect, man. I hope you're starting to get at least a little bit why I was very angry this game wasn't even nominated for Game of the Year. Or at least the original. This is the special edition, but whatever. Same game. It's just so good. Oh wait, no. I'm doing it wrong. Now I need to... Nope. I need to jump, slash, 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 and then... Okay, I'm not switching quickly enough. There we go. Platforming. To get 2,000 red orbs. Anime is good, and I'm glad they made it into video games.
Too slow. Die.
I have been killing enemies way too quickly for you to actually hear the song in full. But here, I will kill this guy, and then I'll leave the weaker enemies alive to... Because this guy runs away. See?
Disappointed.
If you're wondering why I keep doing the judgment cut in midair, it's because I'm really bad at getting it chain on the ground. The timing's different because he has like different movements with his feet. But for some reason I'm fine with it in the air. I don't know, I don't have any explanation. Oh, it's very pretty, and it's I the most on the earth think it's quite fun. It's got some real good looks to it. And this is it. Without, you can also turn on like ray tracing and stuff, and like ultra 4K and HD or whatever, and you can put on 120 frames per second. I'm not doing those things. I'm a vanilla boy. Probably shouldn't say things like that on the internet. Alright, now I'm gonna kick up the music to S rank. That's true, that's what it's for. I don't. This is a move that's only in this game, and only when you're playing as him. But the slash, slow turn, and then sheave as it shatters. So good, and then he goes exhilarating. Oh, that also pulls enemies towards you a little bit. Oh yeah. The lyrics are there. I am reclaimer of my name, born in flames. I have been blessed. My family crest is the demon of death. That's the line there. The lyrics are just so edgy, and I love it.
Lights out.
I think I'll call it quits after I finish this mission because it is the time is closing in on me. I guess I didn't really explain what the focus meter, the concentration gauge does. It alters the properties of your attacks, and it adds layers to animations, and it can also unlock different abilities for different weapons. It increases damage and speed and range and stuff for different weapons as well.
So slow.
Nope, that was bad. Is he goated with the Sparta? The Sparta sauce. I imagine like someone saying, like, if Dante were to say to Virgil, you know, we were born of the Sparta sauce, Virgil would then stab Dante. There are many fan comics and stuff that show them being comically violent to each other over minor infractions, as they both have massive regenerative abilities. Sus! Know your place, sussy fuck. Did you know that, they asked the actor, the voice and motion capture actor is, they once asked him, could you do the dummy thick meme for us in Virgil's voice? And he said, absolutely, I'll give you multiple takes. And then he did. He was like Dante, I'm trying to cut through all these demons. I'm trying to fight these demons, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks. I understand that you and Nero suffer from a similar problem, he says. So we have confirmation that the entire bloodline is dummy thick. I cannot get up there. I'm not good enough. Or I made a mistake.
It's over.
Oh, I've told you guys about how the actor of Virgil, Dan Southworth, accidentally broke. I mean, you don't know what they need. Look at Bane. But, he accidentally leaked that this game was in development when it was very much not supposed to be announced at a convention. He and Johnny Young Bosch and I believe Ruben Langdon have all been involved with Power Rangers in some way, and they had a Devil May Cry panel at the Power Rangers convention, and the three of them were there, and this was shortly after the release of Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, which came out way later. So 4 came out in 2008, and the Special Edition came out in 2015. It was a practice round for this game's development, basically. And he said, and there was a thing where they were asked, like, oh man, how does it feel to come back after all this time? And he's like, it's good. It's good to see everybody again and all that. Oh yeah, 4 came out in 2008, 5 came out in 2019. People thought the series was dead for a very long time, or at least the version they were familiar with. And then he was like, yeah, it was good to be back, and he's like, and I'm glad that they're having us all back again. They're gonna be having, and I'm glad that we're all gonna be coming back again, or something like that. And everybody was like, what? And then you can look at the panel, and Dan Southworth does not look like, and he does not look like he thinks he said anything wrong. And Johnny and Ruben both turned to him, and then Dan, and they're both just kind of staring at him, and Dan says, I'm allowed to say that, right? Or we're allowed to say that, right? And Ruben says, no. and then Johnny Young Bosch starts laughing and covers his face in his hands and puts it in his elbow to stop himself from laughing into the microphone. And then, like, Ruben Langdon is staring at Dan Southworth just with fury all over his face, like, you were not supposed to say a thing. And then Ruben has to, like, talk his way out of and talk down Devil May Cry 5 accidentally being announced. So that happened in, like, August of 2015 or something. This game was announced in what was it? June of 2018. He leaked the game by accident 3 years early at a Power Rangers convention, and then was like, I'm allowed to tell people the game's being made, right? And Ruben was like, no, you are not supposed to talk about that. He didn't ask any, he just said it. And, like, during the whole time, like Ruben is, like, semi-panic, trying to, like, say enough to and talk around, but, like, say the game might possibly be happening. I don't know from any official sources, which was a lie, but or at least an untruth. But and the whole time Johnny Young Bosch is, like, trying to recover from laughing, because boy did he say that quite a bit early.
Rest in peace. Lights out. There is no escape.
Oh, that's funny. And once again, it's time. I am going to close it off soon, but just need to look at a bit more concept art. It's not stopped being good. I just like the hand rest. Oh, and here's another one. Also, man, the what do you call it? The diagram parts. Oh yeah, there are many Hades vibes. But the diagram parts to be like math. Like here's shoulder height, here's head, here's like the height and length of all these, and then you're like, oh man, I forgot that art has math. But art has a lot of math. Here's the chicken. Sorry, I have like a sneeze that's half in, half out. Oh, and wait, here's some level concept art. I really like the neon lit cityscape. Here's Nero's garage. Here's the bridge with the bugs. Here's an overlook of the city. Here's the base of the tree. And here's the city without the destruction demons. This is the mission where Nero decides to head into the heart of the beast, into the belly of the beast alone. And he gazes into the void. Concept art is one of the best things. Here's where we just got into a fight. Oh, here are the orbs. Also, I didn't, but the purple orb on the left, Graham, I look at that and I think devil fruit. That looks like a devil fruit. Shapes are good, man. Does that not look like something you could take a bite out of? Some gum? And all the different, these are all the different levels and degrees of tree. Also, the people who get consumed by the tree are called the Harvested, which is a very good name. Oh, I'm assuming you'd like to see this again, Ace. I don't know. Can't be sure. But Who doesn't want to see their wife once in a while? Also, the like ankle straps around her boots, they have bullets on them. I think the very like wavy hair and loose curls with the headband is very good. I feel like there's some kind of pattern I'm missing on the boots. Now this is one of my least favorite bosses to fight, but I think it looks really cool. Oh, so Devil May Cry 5 has more bosses than it can fit in Bloody Palace, so a lot of them just aren't in there. They list 20 or something in here, but they're actually closer to like 14, I think. 14 unique bosses, something like that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's count that as, because this has 3 different forms: 10, 11, and 12. Okay, but that's quite a few unique bosses, but this one has different forms, so you can count that as 13, 14. And these are standard enemies that get treated like bosses. This is a standard enemy that gets treated like a boss. These are redos. And you fight this guy multiple times. But there is a limit here. I can go look at all the missions and count off in my head if you fight a boss in them. Answer is most of them. Boss at the end of this. Boss at the end of it. Not really, no. Yes. Yeah, this entire mission's a boss. Not really, no, but sort of. Yes. No. Yes. 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 Yeah. No. 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 Actually. Yeah, most of them ended boss fights. Yeah. But anyway, thank you all for visiting. My head is is I think the fever, what's it called, breaking when it reaches a peak or it gets hotter and then it subsides. I think my brain is doing that. But thank you all for coming. It's good having you here. Oh, Graham, I have an idea for like a Valentine's stream. And then I was like, wait, Graham is no is no longer single. He's probably very busy on Valentine's. Most people have plans then. And then I was like, maybe I could just do the other idea. So, oh, I'm sorry, Ace. Head hurty is bad. Oh, I'm sorry you have to participate in Valentine's Day. But yeah, I will see you all. Let's see, it's Thursday, so I'll see you both tomorrow. Good night, sleep well, and have a happy February 11th, 12th, 10th. Good night. Thanks for coming.